I didn't? Oh, sorry about that. Yes. All right. Good morning. For the record, I am Brandon Finney from Stratford 9, which is Rochester Ward 6. I come before you for 1582, which is to allow the consumption of alcohol in artist performance areas. So back in 2017, I came before this committee to change the statute and the labor statutes, trying to classify entertainers in New Hampshire, where previously they've been known as employees of the venues that they'd be performing at, which in reality they're actually private contractors. That bill has been signed into law. So the issue now, the reason for this bill today, is because certain rules are still being enforced, and I wanted to codify in the statute to basically allow the venues to come up with their own rules as far as where alcohol is permitted to be consumed. And I have talked to other venue owners who have said that the liquor commission coming in and threatening with fines and the revocation of licensing, I think is a little excessive for what we're actually talking about with this issue. So I'm just changing the definition of what an approved area is by saying that stage or other performance areas is a permitted area of a building for alcohol consumption. I actually have another venue owner here who's going to come up to and speak to you as well about this issue. But I can't think of a single incident since I've been playing in the music scene since I was 16 years old up until now, currently, where there's ever been a problem with having a drink on stage. We are, to my knowledge, the only state in the country that actually enforces this. And the Liquor Commission does not have the manpower to really enforce such an erroneous rule, not really codified in the statute. So that was the reason for this bill today. It's not really that in depth. It's just really, improving, the definition of what an actual approved area for alcohol consumption is. I just found it, pretty arbitrary to say that it's okay for one area of the venue to say it's okay to buy alcohol here, but then you move to this area, and if you're performing at the venue, that you wouldn't be allowed to have that drink. I've never run into an issue where an artist is too intoxicated to perform, or there's ever been any serious issue that would need the police to come enforce this either. So I'm just hoping that we can finally squash this for once and for all, and actually allow the music scene in New Hampshire to flourish. So, with that, I'll take any questions.
I guess I remember we had this bill before, so I'm trying to remember what we did. Now, how about the green room? Can they drink in the back room where they're waiting?
I would assume so. Yes. Yep.
What is the statute? What does the current law say now that they can or can't do?
Well, that's the thing. It's not actually in the statute. It's a liquor commission rule. So what I'm doing here is actually codifying in the statute that it would be a
Oh, they
legal
have a
thing to
rule.
have a drink on stage, right?
Okay.
It's not actually in the
So
statute.
this must have been one of my great ideas to have the department make a rule. Okay, no, you're shaking your head. Okay, okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay.
If I'm
so-
wrong, I'd be
So
happy
I'll
to
go,
move on.
we'll just take it for what it's worth. Okay.
Okay.
So, all right. Any other questions from the committee members? Yes, Representative Villiam.
Just interested in knowing where you perform, some of the,
Me?
venues in the state, or that you've, recognized in the state that there's been an issue.
Yeah, my band has played in Manchester a couple times. We've never had a problem with this. We've never, well, actually, I'll clarify that. Someone from the venue did try to tell me that it was not allowed, but I tried to explain to him that I had this law changed, and so there has been some confusion still with who is aware of these rules and the laws actually changing to allow things or not. Things are still being enforced when they shouldn't be. So this is more or less just a cleanup bill to actually say, here's where the line is. Essentially what I'd like to see happen is the state kind of get out of the way and allow the owners to make up their own rules. If they want to enforce that, that is their prerogative. But it's just not not allowing the state to come in and say, well, we're going to fine you $1,000 or take your license away. So that's what we're trying to avoid.
Well, you say you want the owners to make up their own rules. That's a problem too. You gotta have guardrails. Okay, so at the end of the day, the first issue was are they employees and saying that because we do say that no employee is allowed to drink
Right.
on duty. So that was the first kind of hurdle to get through. The second is that is our issue of always underage drinking.
Correct.
So that in terms of where whoever's just because you're in the band doesn't mean you automatically get to drink.
No, and those rules are still enforced.
Okay, and so the guard we do need to have guardrails.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
Yep, I agree.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys don't have a card in, but you're gonna tell us where you are with this bill, which I can't seem to find a copy of in my file here. Okay.
Good morning, Deputy Chief Danielle Elston for New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement.
For the record, Mark Armaganian, Chief of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing for the Commission. We are neutral on this issue and not opposed to it. But Danielle will go over there and thank you for bringing this up. And we'll clean up where this sits and how it can actually be enforced. But we haven't enforced this probably in 2-3 years. It's one of those rules or laws. It is a law that needs to be cleaned up. And at that juncture, or at this juncture, it's probably a good time to do it. So Danielle's been working on it, so I'll leave it up to her to testify to the rest of it.
Good morning. So the bill as proposed doesn't actually authorize the consumption on the stage or in the back areas. It would be suited better in 17927, which talks about the approved areas of service. So that's one of the technical issues with the bill as proposed is this actually just talks about the definition, doesn't actually give the authorization to consume on the stage or in the back areas.
We don't like law in definitions. I agree.
Yeah. But other than that, if there's
So humor me. So when we passed this other issue before, did you guys generate rules based upon that passage of that
no,
legislation?
there's two parts to this bill. You have the entertainers consuming, and then you have the approved areas of service. They're two separate things.
Okay.
So in the past, when it was approved, the entertainers couldn't consume the entire time that they were employed by the venue. When they changed it, the consumption was allowed when they weren't performing. So when they weren't on stage, because the stage was an unapproved area at the time. So they could come off the stage during breaks or before or after their performance and consume. They couldn't bring the drinks on the stage. The stage was an unapproved area under 17927, which says no beverages or liquor shall be served or consumed in foyers, hallways, kitchens, restrooms, or other areas not approved for service by the commission. The stage used to be an unapproved area. It is no longer an unapproved area.
Okay, so
But we
you
can
did that
certainly-
by rule that the stage is approved? It's not in the statute, you did that.
It used to be in rule. There is no stage in rule.
So there was no law, there is no,
Right. So that's what it's not enforced now because the stage.
right, the way the statute reads right now says not approved for service by the commission.
Mm-hmm.
But if you never actually said that one way or the other, whether the stage was approved, then this is why some owners might.
Correct. This is part of our continuing rule
So
rewrite that we're
go-
doing.
We're going to fix this. right?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
But it has not been enforced, like the chief said, in about 2 or 3 years. So right now we
Anyways.
do have entertainers consuming on stage.
Right. But we have so many law-abiding liquor licensees out there that they want to make sure that they are non-compliant. So the way they read it, they're a little concerned. Because they
So
don't
an
wanna-
easy solution to this is to just add the stage to as an under 17927. If we want to make it crystal clear, you
Right,
can just
'cause this says what
identify
you-
the stage as an approved area.
because this, right, just add another sentence onto the end saying
Yep.
the stage area.
Yeah, and the cleanup in 2017 already authorizes the entertainers to consume while they're performing.
Right, and you also areas designated for entertainers, i.e. the green room.
We can add that, sure.
Okay, so we'll just take this sentence here and lift it and put it into 17927 as
do
a
that.
new
Yep.
sentence.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Okay.
Question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Go-
just had a quick, can you
Yes.
please repeat the procedure? So do we need this bill amended or is the rule going to be amended?
We
or
are going
both?
to amend the statute. Yes,
and-
we will take this language
And
and instead when we have the amendment as a committee.
so there will be
When
an
we'll take
amendment.
up, it will say replace all because we're changing the RSA.
Okay, is there also a rule change or just the amendment?
Evidently, there is no rule.
There is no rule
No,
change needed.
so just an
We're-
amendment. Okay, thank you.
Hard to believe, but we're ruleless on this issue.
Not anymore. We're working on it.
Working on the new rules. Okay. Does everybody follow that then? Good. All right. Thank you very much. Anybody else want to testify on this 1582? Oh, yes, John Crozon from Manchester. Right. Yeah, you have to turn the mic on. Yep, you push it on, and then you have to talk real close to it. Are you a performer?
No.
You're an owner.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, hi, my name
I feel like you're announcing somebody to come on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is John from Jewel Music Venue in Manchester. It kind of sounds like everybody wants the same thing here, so that's great news. I'll just add a couple of points that I had mentioned earlier. Couple of things that about the what is or isn't the current situation now. It seems there's some confusion. The first thing it does is it kind of the way I believe it to currently be, not allowing alcohol on stage, kind of takes away from our staff resources. It takes their focus away from other more important things. Like one thing you mentioned earlier was underage drinking. Also, sometimes you may find people sneaking alcohol in, which is prohibited. So I'd rather focus our energy on those more important things, and leave it up to the artists to choose whether they want a drink on stage or not. Some artists, like I am right now, a little anxious and nervous about speaking in public. Sometimes they might need a drink to calm them down. And when we get performers in, sometimes we're paying them a lot of money, $4,000 or more. And if a guy wants to go up on stage, and we're saying no, you can't do that, they don't understand it's a New Hampshire law. They think it's our policy or that we're targeting them specifically. So it kind of builds a contentious rapport with them. And it's like, no, you can't do. And what are we supposed to do ultimately? Like arm wrestle them, fight them, throw them out, So if this law continues to stay the way it, if it is still the way it is, and we're threatened with a fine for letting someone have a drink or not being able to argue with them about having a drink, you understand? So, and then the other thing, I think probably the most important thing is the state of New Hampshire and the Liquor Commission actually, licenses us and trusts us to serve hundreds and hundreds of people daily, nightly, thousands of people over the course of a year. But they're kind of saying, but not those guys on stage, you know what I mean? So I feel like if we can be trusted to serve all those other people and do it by the law, we should be able to, manage that as well. So I think that's kind of all I really had to say there. Thank you.
We do have a question if you want
Sure,
to
sure,
answer
sure.
it. Representative Bullion.
Live in Manchester, represent the West Side.
Oh, great.
Where are you in Manchester?
That's a funny question we get a lot. We're right on Canal Street.
On Canal Street.
Canal Street down by where they're building the big new 200-unit complex.
Right.
Yeah, down near like Demoulas.
All right.
Yeah.
And what type of license do you have?
Ballroom license.
Ballroom license. You don't have to serve food.
We do not.
Correct. And how many people, 500 and more?
500 is our cap. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
sure.
Great.
Yeah, he plays there too.
Okay. Thank you very much.
It's yeah, we're downstairs from L&M, same building. Yes. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this bill? See none? Close the public hearing.
Pit of a place.
Okay, why don't we start? And Representative Spillane? Good morning and welcome to Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I come before you to present HB 1151. This is an enabling bill that I submitted after discussion with liquor enforcement after I took one of my many trips up to our offices for my corporate life up in Quebec City. And it was a surprise to me after a long day of work when I got back to the hotel and I was eating dinner at the bar and wrapped things up that the bartender said to me, "Would you like me to mix one up for you to take to your room?" I said, "Wait, you can do that here?" And when I came back to New Hampshire, I called the liquor commission and I asked them, "Can we do that here?" And they transferred me over to liquor enforcement and I was told, no, you can't do that here. So this bill is an enabling bill. It does not require any hotel to do this. I've actually had discussions with a Matthew Culver and Aidan Moore at Liquor Enforcement to try to make sure the language was okay with them. I also talked with some people at the lobby for the hotel industry, and they were okay with it because we're not forcing them to do anything. The language of the bill says that hotels may allow guests to carry a drink back from the bar to the hotel room, but it also does not prohibit them from designating certain parts of the hotel as no alcohol allowed. And it prohibits a guest from taking that drink outside to the vehicle to drive to a different portion of the hotel or in any way do that. So I hope that you'll support me with this and allow our guests to do what I did, which was form a bond with their bartender over dinner and then like to make sure that if I'm getting another drink to go back to my room that he gets the tip or she. And it's not me going to my room deciding I want to order a drink to come up to the room, paying extra for that and not knowing who gets my tip. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Representative Mackler.
Thank you. Appreciate you taking my question. This seems to be a little bit contradictory to another bill. And that other bill is, for example, let's say I go to a restaurant with my wife and we ordered a bottle of wine and we haven't finished the bottle of wine, which is unusual, by the way. But I can get that resealed and take the entire contents of that bottle, which presumably would be more than one drink. So I would think that the same rules should apply to the hotel, that if I'm having dinner there and I ordered a bottle of wine, I didn't finish it, there may be more than a single glass there, but shouldn't I be able to take that to my room?
So first of all, let me say that the difference there is that in the hotel, you are actually a resident of those premises while you're the registered guest there, and this only applies to registered guests. You can't walk into the hotel bar, order a drink to go, and walk out with it. So that would apply. But if this passes and you are at the hotel bar and you order a bottle of wine, you certainly should be able to, according to this, take that bottle back unsealed because you can take an open bottle of beer, a mixed drink, a glass of wine. If this passes, you'll be able to take it from the bar to your room. Another thing I'll point out is I limited the bill specifically to allow one guest to bring one drink back to their room so that you can't have a guest bringing a tray full of drinks back to the room to supposedly give to their other roommates. But, this limits one drink, one person, one room. And it's within the premises. They don't leave the premises.
But would you believe the answer to your question is both can happen? So theoretically, if someone was sitting at the bar at the restaurant table and only finished half their wine and they want to take that half bottle of wine up to their room
Or home?
the home is clear. Home is clear that we allow you to do that,
Right.
but it's got to be stapled. It's got to have the invoice on top of it, and you got to put it in the back of your car. Okay. Notwithstanding all those requirements, that if you're in the restaurant and you want to take it up to your room, your bill says one drink. But in with the reference to law you're talking about, we don't have any requirements about where that bottle is being taken. right? In terms of going home. So you absolutely could then take that bottle up to your room, but yes, it would be in a plastic bag, that sealed bag with the invoice stapled to it.
Because there's more than one drink in the bottle. Thank
Because
you.
there's more than one
I
drink in
would,
the bottle.
I would believe that.
Just a quick follow-up. What if the bottle was unopened? Then it shouldn't be a problem, or still is a
That
problem?
the law actually requires that the bottle had to been consumed. There had to been some consumption. Okay. Now, could you go into a restaurant and buy a bottle of wine and walk out with it?
Depends on the restaurant, right? If they want to sell you the bottle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can.
Kind of overpriced, don't you think?
Yeah, but sometimes you don't
You
think
would-
ahead.
But if you couldn't, if the liquor store's closed, that might be, and you didn't want to drive down to the convenience store because they wouldn't have that nice, tasty wine that restaurant has, then as long as you're willing to pay that premium price, then you're set to take it out as a takeout item because it's sealed. Because it's sealed. Okay, Representative McGee.
Question for the chair then on that topic. I know in Pittsburgh you can go into the bar and buy a 6-pack.
Pennsylvania is a whole
Yeah.
different world.
Can we do that here? I've never tried it here. Can you if the liquor store is closed and you want a 6-pack of beer for your Sunday
What
football?
he's referring to, and Pennsylvania is a controlled state similar to us, was that Pennsylvania didn't have, and they've now since changed the law, but they did not allow convenience stores to sell beer. So if you wanted to buy a beer or a bottle of wine, beer was my favorite story. My beer is you would go to the local distributor, and the distributor would still be open, and he would sell you the 6-pack. It was always great because it was a garage door, and it'd be one square of a garage door, and they'd have one of those rollers, and you go and buy the case of beer, and your case of beer would roll out at 9:00 at night. You could be buying a case of beer. However, Pennsylvania did allow you to buy a 6-pack, buy beer at the bar,
Carry it out.
and then carry it out.
That was the only way I could find.
Yeah, there is a limit to. Well, I don't even know if the limit is statutory, but
I think they're closed. It was the only way I could find a 6-pack of Iron City to watch the Steelers on a football game because on a
I see
Sunday in
light.
town there was
Iron
no.
City is no longer. I see light.
No.
now.
And anyhow, so my actual question is, Representative Spillane, thanks for bringing this up. It's a common sense bill. On line 7, could we make it carry 1 drink per registered guest in that guest's room? I know you said about not carrying a rack of drinks, but what if your other half is upstairs?
I would say that's
And you're bringing dinner and drinks
That's
for
a
both of
fine amendment to me. And if you were going to do that, I would say per registered guest over 21,
There you go. All right.
Very good, thanks.
because you don't want them bringing back 4 because there's also 2 kids in the room.
But it gets into the debate of registered guests because usually there's only one guest name, even though there could be multiple people.
Right. I didn't want to go
So
there. That's
that
why I
would
just made
be-
it one person. And I said, if the wife wants one, she has to walk down and ask for it herself.
We'll have that discussion in this subcommittee. Representative Burrows.
Thanks for taking my question. Just a quick question, because I don't know this. Can you legally bring in an unopened bottle of wine to a hotel?
Yes, absolutely. You can bring anything to your room you want to.
So that makes no sense not to do this.
This is basically saying that the bar is allowed to let you leave the bar area with a drink because
Yeah.
right now you can't do that.
Yeah, so that's total.
And
takes
so
total
essentially,
sense.
this is an enabling bill allowing the hotel to say you may leave the bar premises if you're on your way to your room with the drink that you got at our bar.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. So, I'll just for discussion purposes, so everybody knows, we actually had legislation, I think it was last year, or the year before, where we broadened the circle from if you were doing a wine tasting at a wine event, that you could walk out into the vineyards with that drink, and we allowed the kind of the perimeters. In the old days, the original statute was that you could not leave the bar area, you could not leave that physical space and carry your drink anywhere. We got a little looser with that when outdoor facilities that now we used to be fenced in areas. Now it's we just have strategic plants to define that area they're not supposed to walk out. So over the years, we're kind of loosening up and trying to relax it. But at the end of the day, it's supposed to be the responsibility of the licensee to be responsible of where that liquor is and who has it, and making sure they're not A, over consuming, and B, they're over 21. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Who should we have first? Mike, you want to, or do you want to hear from the commission?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Mike Summers, President and CEO of New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, here in support of the bill. Obviously, this does sound like a pretty common sense solution. Historically, part of the reason why you couldn't take your drink out of the hotel restaurant and carry it to your room is because it's about approved areas, right? So the restaurant is an approved area, the hall, the elevator, et cetera, are not normally approved areas. So in talking to members of the industry, folks would love this. Then they don't have to police it. If they wanted to take a drink to their room, etc. I thought it was interesting your discussion about to go. If you recall, during the pandemic, the industry was empowered to do some to go. We can still do that with an additional license. So your restaurant license, you would then get an additional license for takeout or to go, and so you could then purchase 6 packs of beer. There are limits on what you can buy for beer and wine. I think it's 2 bottles of wine and.
Yeah, but the key element, not that I would interrupt you, but the key element was it had to be a contained sealed bottle.
Correct.
So it couldn't be a pre-made gin and tonic for you.
Correct. It has to be in its original manufactured.
Unless
yes.
you had Cutwater's gin and tonic that's in a can.
RTDs, right? So the flexibility in this bill, it allows for mixed drinks could then leave the restaurant and provided they stayed on the premises of the hotel. So obviously the industry thinks that's a great idea. I will suggest that if you love this idea, next year maybe we can take a look at allowing mixed drinks to go with some sort of a sealing arrangement, but we'll save that for next year.
Over the commission's dead body, that they want to allow that. As you know, they're not too crazy about that suggestion. So the question I would have, and this is kind of posing for everybody to think about, if someone says, okay, I'm going to be taking it up to my room, and then gets on their way up, they stop by and see an old friend in the lobby. The statute we're working on is that you are taking it to your room. Would you be allowed to consume it on your way? What happens if you stayed in that lobby too long? What happens? Are we going to then include the lobby or the halls being part of the hotel facility? So,
I don't want to answer for obviously the experts in the room, but my sense of it would be that if you allow this, you've essentially allowed that the entire footprint of the hotel is now an approved area. So I think that's the only way the licensing structure works. And so I think at that point, it would essentially be okay.
So we need to be careful how we phrase that in terms of taking it to the room. We say is that it's permitted now on the inside the hotel.
Yeah. Yes, but I think it is probably okay to leave in the room as the destination, because I think if it's just going into the hotel and grabbing drinks and then bringing them out to
The
some
lobby.
common area or a hallway or wherever it might, the pool area, for example.
Right.
I don't know that hotels initially want to be encouraging that per se, but certainly can appreciate that if a guest has had a nice meal and has a couple of glasses of wine left over, wants to take, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud because I can think of maybe a reception where you did choose to pull out a movable bar and put it in the lobby, and therefore that all of a sudden that has now become a serving facility.
And in those cases, I would assume that they had already gotten that as an approved extension of their service area because it's still, delineated by a certain space. I think where it gets a bit weird and sketchy is, they're grabbing drinks and they're going to the workout room or to the business center or to, the pool area or something like that. I don't think the hotel's necessarily going to want to allow that.
I think that's a good suggestion. We want to make sure in the amendment says an approved service area.
Yep.
Add that phrase.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Thank-
Any other questions, Representative?
Yeah, I just have a question about your members. Is there a location or a website which indicates who the members of the association are? Do you have a list?
Yes, I think so. I know we have it on our website. I just can't remember if it's behind a member portal or not. I don't recall, but I think yes. I think it's on our website.
So that can be obtained.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much.
All right, Mark? Chief, you're up.
Good morning again, committee members, Mr. Chairman. Mark Armaganian, Chief of Enforcement and Licensing for the Liquor Commission, Division of Enforcement and Licensing, of course. With me today is Deputy Chief Danielle Elston. Valid points that are being made through all of testimony. Danielle, again, on this one has been working specifically on that, so she can actually get into the weeds on it. But at the same time, no pun intended, that's this afternoon, right? But yes, again, this is one of those things that has been brought up instead of recodifying the whole chapter or the whole title to clean up things. And we talk about cleanups quite often in the last 6 years that we've been together as a group. With this administration, this is going to be one of them also. So I'll leave it up to Danielle to testify to the rest of it.
Good morning. Again, the location of the proposed language, I don't think is the appropriate location. This is another one that the language would be better suited under 179-27, which talks about the approved areas of service. So just strictly moving the proposed language and whatever amended language is agreed upon to 179-27. It would be better suited there than in the actual hotel statute.
Great, thank you. Oh, Representative Pachuse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question / situation where I buy a bottle of wine to take up to my room, and can I take it up to my room sealed?
Yes.
Okay. The second question is, if I have a glass of wine out of it now, can I still take it up to my room opened?
We just
this would
discussed
allow
that
to do that.
theoretically, under current law right now, they would have to put it in a plastic bag and
So I'd have to
staple.
go all through that rigmarole just to take the bottle of wine up to my
Well,
room.
this could clear it up. If you were to not limit the one drink or the registered guest, then this would allow you to do that.
So this would clean that up.
Well, because
Well,
the way
it-
it's written right now, it says one
It could.
glass.
Right, it could.
So we could say one glass or a bottle.
Or a
bottle
bottle
of wine.
And we do have several hotels that actually also have combination licenses, which allow you to buy the bottles or the 6-packs in the lobby and bring those to your room.
Thank you.
So they have both an on-premise and an off-premise license?
Correct.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. We have
How mu-
several
how much
hotels
is
that do that
How
now.
much is that?
That's part of the combination conditional license.
So it's no discount, you're just buying the two licenses?
Correct. They're allowed to coexist.
You're just buying two licenses. Okay.
Yeah.
No deal. Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Just to be sure I understood correctly, so in order to allow guests to bring a half bottle of wine, say, which would be more than one drink, it would have to say, the revision to the statute would have to say one drink or one open bottle, something like that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, the enforcement of bringing alcohol into the hotel, okay? We do have a statute that says if you wanted to bring wine to a restaurant, a licensee, then you are supposed to require to bring it out like an hour before. It has to be ahead of the meal time. But we do have an old statute. I assume that's still on the books. Did we take that off the books? Yeah, okay. So that one's gone.
Are you talking about the BYOB?
The BYOB. Well, no, BYOB if the facility did not have a liquor license. Where
Right.
this issue was if you had a liquor license, but somebody had this very special bottle of wine and they wanted to use it at the restaurant, then we used to have a statute that you had to bring in ahead of time, but you're saying that that's gone. So at this point in time, anybody could bring a wine. I didn't think you could at all. I can't believe
No,
you
you-
repealed that.
You can't bring outside alcohol into the establishment.
You can't bring outside. But when we talk about a hotel room, it's really up to the hotel who will decide whether they'll allow you to bring alcohol. And I have some hotels say, hey, go way over the top to make sure don't bring any booze to the room, because obviously they've had problems in the past.
Thank you, Chairman. That's basically called a corking bill, and a lot of states
That's
have
right.
that.
It was
We have that.
Well, then
That-
I thought you just said we didn't have it.
We have the corking bill, which is what you described from the beginning, which is to put it in a plastic bag. That's corking. Okay. The question you're asking is, if someone wanted to bring the wine in to the restaurant, okay, if it's a wine that they did not buy at that restaurant to bring it in, I'm telling you, there used to be an old law, and I'm now hearing that somewhere along the line it got repealed.
I'm just saying that is a law in many states that you can bring
Yes.
your own wine in and you just pay a corking fee. Well,
Right.
yeah.
Now, we were one of the first states to pass that law. That was Steve Avery.
Let's
Steve
get it
Avery-
back.
No, we have it. It's just not called the corking law.
We
call
don't.
it.
We don't have a law that allows you to bring your wine in. We
Oh,
have a
bring
law
your
that
wine
allows
in.
you to buy the
Oh, you want to
bottle.
bring wine in?
Buy the bottle from the restaurant. The
You-
restaurant can cork it
Okay.
and send you home.
So
with
could
it.
you do me a favor, Dan? Because I'm pretty sure we had this statute on the books. Can you do a little homework and see why it got removed? If it did get removed, at least find the language and maybe we can put it back in. But in my memory, it wasn't open. It was you're bringing that special wine that you had, and you're bringing it in because the restaurant didn't have it. Do you remember this, Mike? Yeah.
Yes, you could do it. You had to get prior approval from the licensee.
Right.
You had to get prior approval. I think the licensee had to notify the commission that this was going to take place.
Yeah.
Essentially had to be stored for a minimum of an hour.
I thought there was an hour. I thought there was, yeah. So I'm not crazy then. So, but she does. So am I. I would say that when it comes to liquor and fireworks, people make up their own laws. And he said, "Oh yeah, there's a law against that." Right? There really wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, the BYOB is are restaurants that do not serve liquor able to advertise that you can bring in your own champagne, like let's say for Valentine's dinner?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yeah, if they don't have a liquor license, they can do a BYOB.
Yeah, BYOB is.
Do they need a license for that?
No.
Oh, jeez.
No, that's wide open. BYOB is wide open. Yes, Representative Spear. Spear. What did I say?
Gibbs.
Oh, sorry.
I'm shorter. I'm the shorter one.
Seems to be a requirement in this committee of our Democrats.
I'm a little confused on the, and this is probably for my own information. I was in a restaurant this past summer, and some friends of mine bought in a bottle, handed it to the head waiter, and said, later on at dinner, I would like this bottle of wine. And apparently they had been doing that. So that's not allowed.
Not currently, no.
I think
Were
I'll
they a
have to tell 'em.
licensee or are they a licensed establishment? Do they have a liquor
They're-
license?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So they bought it from them or they bought it?
They bought it from home and had been bringing it in. I think they thought that they could because the establishment said, yeah, okay, and then we'll serve it later. And so I thought that was perfectly okay. No, I will tell them.
Technically, no, but that's what
It
it used to be.
somehow it disappeared somewhere, but we'll find that baby and get it. So I would say that all of this, since it's all going to be in 179, let's put them all in one amendment. Okay, that'd be great. All right, thank you very much. Got one more card left, Mike Summers. You did? Okay. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. It's still sitting here. Right. That's right. This time you came before then. All right. Okay. All right. Now we're all set. That's what happens when I shake things up. I forget how I shook it. Shaken, not stirred. Okay. We'll close the public hearing and we have 5 minutes. Okay. Why are we whispering? Okay. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing in 1591, and we'll hear from Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm introducing this for the chair. HB 1591 FN relative to fines for prohibited sales of tobacco. The bill moves fines for tobacco-related violations from statute to administrative rules adopted by the Liquor Commission. Has to do with RSA 126K, and the people following me from the commission and others will be able to discuss this bill in depth.
Great, thank you
Any-
very much.
Thank you.
All right, the chair will now call on the chief. And we'll be discussing the amendment for this bill. Well, the conceptual amendment, yeah. This is,
I probably could have taken the morning off because Danielle's been working on all three of these.
there you
so-
go. Well,
Again, for the record, Mark Armaganian with the Liquor Commission Division of Enforcement and Licensing. With me here today is Danielle Elsman, Deputy Chief. Danielle has been working diligently on this along with the other previous two bills, so I'll leave it up to her to testify to it.
fair enough.
Good morning.
I guess maybe I need you to fill out the 3 cards for these 3 bills.
Sure.
Thank you.
So the main purpose of this bill is there's a new product in the market that is an alternative. It's a synthetic nicotine. So it's not a tobacco product. It's just simply a synthetic version of nicotine. It's sold in a pouch or in an e-liquid. And the both the licensing statutes and the youth access statutes don't account for this product to be a regulated product. So the intent of this bill, which you'll see with the definitions of the alternative nicotine product, both putting them under the license and in 126K allows it to be a regulated product. You have to have a license to sell it and you have to be 21 to possess it or purchase it. Right now, it falls in a loophole where it doesn't really meet any of those definitions, so it becomes an unregulated product. So that's the main purpose of what you're going to see. Another section of this bill that you will see is this is another bill. I testified to a bill last week where the fines are in statute. Fines and penalties. The fines for the licensee are in statute. So we are trying to move the fines and penalties out of statute into rule so that when we rewrite the rules, we can rewrite the fines and penalties altogether rather than having to manipulate each statute to account for those. So the fines for the licensed establishments and the penalties are not changing. We're just moving them out of statute, putting them in the 600 rules. The 600 rules are being written right now. They're in the first processes of the jail car review. So they are in there as you see them in the statute. We are just moving them from statute to rule. And then I know, Chairman Hunches, you wanted about the amendment for the
Right.
last 2 paragraphs.
Why don't you explain?
So the last 2 paragraphs, this was initially put in to allow for regulated vape products to be sold in the state. There were some unintended consequences to the language as written. So I believe there is going to be an amendment submitted to this to further discuss the regulation of vape and approved vape products in the state. That is, you'll see the last page 5, paragraph 6. And then paragraph 7, you'll see we do encounter counterfeit vape in the state quite a bit. So this just clarifies and gives us the authority to deal with the counterfeit vape as we encounter it in the stores.
Okay. Yep. Representative Billy.
I have a question about the ingredients of this artificial tobacco. Is there, does it need to be labeled? What's in it, or?
I don't believe it's all the packages that we're seeing right now are packaged products. It looks very similar to a chewing tobacco. It's sold in a tin or in a vape cartridge, but again, it's a synthetic nicotine, so it's not a real nicotine. It's just a nicotine product. So it's not tobacco. It's not created from that. It's just a synthetic nicotine that you suck on.
So what are the ingredients? Is it listed on the container?
Yeah, yeah.
You're saying synthetic, but what does that mean?
Yeah, so well, some of it is we have whether natural or synthetic. So there's synthetic nicotine products, it's nicotine that's I guess man-made nicotine, and then there's natural nicotine. But they're taking the tobacco part out of it and just selling it as the nicotine.
Is nicotine. Yeah, and it's funny because I read an article about it, and they had a picture of it, and they look like K cups when they, in the box, in the little shelves that it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
and it's supposed to be extremely addicting because it's pure nicotine.
They've been popular in overseas for a while, and they've made its way over here.
Okay. Representative Spear.
You may have answered it. So this synthetic nicotine is very addictive.
Yes. Oh yeah, this is very addicting stuff.
Okay.
Which then brings up the other question. We've been enforcing Delta 8, Delta 9 right now.
Yes.
And how's that going?
Okay. We're encountering last year when we regulated Delta 8, Delta 9, it was anything nothing over, I believe it's
0.03.
0.03%.
Right.
But there is not a lot of regulation on the labeling and the requirements of the labeling. Also, banning the 0.03, we're finding Delta 8 and Delta 9 that's under 0.03, but it's not an age-restricted product. So we are still having kids purchasing Delta 8, Delta 9. So that is something that is a loophole
Right.
in the law right now.
So when we work up this amendment, I'm a little concerned because I know we did sunset it. And I'm a little concerned whether we're going to meet that sunset and regulate it. So I guess I would like to see an amendment that will continue it and make sure that, again, we're treating all these products equally and that only licensed tobacco vaping facilities could be selling that product.
Okay. And as an age-restricted product?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the intent of the sunset is was to try to force the cannabis issue, but that might not work out so well this year. So at least let's re-legalize it, but again allow only those facilities to be able to sell it. Okay. Anybody else have any other questions for the commission? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, I have one card here. And Brett Scott, New Hampshire Vapors Association, I assume. Yeah, you got to push the button. Red is good.
My name is Brett Scott. I'm the president of New Hampshire Vapors Association, as well as the owner and president of Smokers Haven. And we support this bill with the amendment and ultimately look forward to working with all of you for those changes. So that's all.
And how do you feel about selling Delta 8 and Delta 9?
I think it's completely reasonable to have the age limits on the product. And it surprises me to hear that there are some stores that are willing to sell it to anyone that's under that age, as our internal policies is to sell it only to people 21 plus.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have no more cards. Oh, we have cards coming. What a surprise, Kate. Oh, you got a separate card. Okay. So Nancy Vaughn from the American Heart Association. And she is opposed to the bill.
Good morning. Yes, for the record, Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association. I have been wrestling with this bill and the language in it. There's kind of conflicting thoughts as to whether some of the language in it is a good thing or not a good thing. So I'm coming to you opposed only so that we can get on the record that there are concerns, and I would really love to be part of any process, work sessions, working on this bill. The American Heart Association strongly supports tobacco retail licensure, and my initial concerns, which I think have been allayed, is to strike the fines out of law before we see what's going to go into administrative rules. But it seems like it is the same structure that's going to go into those administrative rules, but concerns on that. The other point, which is not included in this bill, when you take out the fees for the penalties for retailers, but yet in the bill, in statute, I should say, in 126K, there is a provision for penalizing the young people who are able to access these products. The whole point of tobacco retail licensing is to put the onus on the retailers to check for the age of these purchasers. We do not believe that we should put a financial penalty on young people who are being sold these products or getting them even through other ways. That really should be something that we are doing more of an education process or some other kind of that's not in place yet, but it's the financial penalties is not great. In the bill, though, there's actually another line within that section of 126K to make this a misdemeanor. So it's a violation, it's a misdemeanor for kids who are caught with these products. So that's, a big sticking point for us in this. And we would like to see some work done on that section if this bill moves forward. We would love to see the penalty completely stricken from statute and not put into administrative rule that young people are charged a financial penalty for these products. And I just wanted to make a point about the synthetic nicotine. So it's not nicotine derived from tobacco leaves. It's created in a lab. But according to the Food and Drug Administration, a couple of years ago, put synthetic nicotine underneath the auspice of tobacco products. So to say they're not tobacco, they're not derived from tobacco, but they are still considered a tobacco product if they have synthetic nicotine in them. So this is an area where we do not want to see something happen in state law while the Food and Drug Administration are working through the process of deciding which products they will authorize to be marketed and sold. There's still a lot of work to be done on that at that level. And the state really doesn't have a lot of input at this point on the Food and Drug Administration process, other than regulating these products, which I know the Liquor Commission Tobacco Enforcement Division is working on. So I do have
So
written
I'm a
testimony.
little confused.
Yeah.
You do like that portion of the bill that we are regulating that nicotine, that fake or not nicotine product. Are you are happy
we
that we're putting that in?
definitely want to see
Okay.
tobacco products, whether they have real from tobacco or synthetic. The other thing is the terminology of alternative to nicotine product is, again, not actually a product, a name that is used by the Food and Drug Administration. So I'd hate to see it be used as a carve out or an exemption. Again, I don't know everything about this, terminology and what its impact would be. It could be a good thing, but I just want us to, approach it in conversation before just passing the bill along.
Well, we don't do that in commerce. We go to subcommittee.
No, I really enjoy the processes that Chairman Hunt, that you do in your committee. So very well thought out.
Okay, thank you.
But I will again, so our support or opposition might change as
Okay.
we move along with this bill, but I will turn
So
in my
we'll
written
leave it
testimony.
as there's some parts you like and some
And
parts
some
you
parts I don't, so in
like.
general, we'll just have to go with the post for now.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
All
Any
right. We
questions?
do have a question if you're willing to take a question.
Sure, I can try to
Representative
answer
Sullivan
that.
has a question.
Yes.
Yeah, can you just clarify your thinking on what your opposition is to, like, there being a monetary fine or penalty to somebody under 18? Is it just the idea of they're under 18, they shouldn't be fined, or it seems like that might be a way to discourage use?
There are some people who do believe it is something that will discourage use, but actually that isn't evidence that really bears that out. But what we have seen, not in New Hampshire necessarily, I don't really think that the Liquor Commission has instituted that policy, but if this is being regulated by someone other than the liquor enforcement, so local law enforcement, school districts are actually sending kids to court being that are caught with this, and it's usually the kids that really can't afford to have their lives have that kind of a record on it. It shouldn't be a criminal consideration for to be caught with these products. The industry does market these products to kids, you know, about the flavors and all of that. So there is a lot of marketing, social media, pushing these products with young people. And it is a gateway for getting a whole new generation addicted to nicotine. And for the American Heart Association, nicotine is something that really can cause heart disease or exacerbate a cardiac condition that people have. So it really does. And what we have seen in other places is that it is sometimes minorities, kids from lower income families that are the ones most targeted by these penalties on youth.
Further question, may inquire.
All right, that makes sense. So when you say, and just forgive me because I literally am ignorant on this topic. So I definitely have the perception that these vape pens are, I guess, more ideal if someone's going to be smoking something than smoking, say, a cigarette itself. Is there any truth to that, or is that just sort of is that just the propaganda I'm hearing?
So there still needs to be a lot of study on these products as to what other kind of constituents are inside the product. So when you refer, not you, when it is referred to as an alternative tobacco product, the idea is it's, you know, getting people, you know, don't smoke, use these products instead. That's more of a marketing, but they are not cessation tools. It's not something that will get people off of tobacco, and that's really what my organization's end game goal is to get people off of tobacco in general.
Thank you.
Representative Spear.
I'm sorry for this. Do you have any more handouts? Because we never made it across the room.
I do. So I will pass that out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give them to Representative Grassley.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Kate Fry from New Futures in support of the bill.
Hello, I'm sorry I'm late and I got my note card, but I couldn't find you. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. I actually am here in support of the bill. It did take me a little while to understand what the bill did. I do thank the Liquor Commission for pointing out some issues with that I had trouble understanding and making some sense of them. First of all, regarding the fines, I do not have an issue of them being removed from statute and put into administrative rule. Having worked in the Department of Health and Human Services, that typically is where the fines live. It's just easier to manage, to update. So I think as long as the promulgation of the rules are parallel with the statute and there's no period of not having anything, then we should be fine. I did not understand what alternative nicotine product was. Now I do. Now I understand that definition. Nicotine is addictive. We need to make sure these products are regulated. We hear often that something like vaping or maybe this type of product is safer because it's not tobacco, but nicotine is equally as addictive. I think of myself as well educated in public health, and I had 2 college-age daughters, both addicted to nicotine through vaping. So it's something we really have to be serious about and make sure that we are regulating. The last item, I understand it may be moved to a different bill, but I do think it's important to have a better understanding of this is in Section 4. Regarding the pre-market tobacco product application process. Again, I would just like to understand it better. If it is a tool to make sure that products are safer out there, we should look into that. You've heard me testify on hemp-related Delta 9, Delta 8 products. There are some serious products out there that are not regulated and are very dangerous. So whatever we can do to get closer to safer products, I'm interested in watching the subcommittee's work, study committee's work.
So I realize you were a little late, but I did suggest that we will put Delta 8 and Delta 9 in this bill and add it to the regulation.
That was my understanding, and I think that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else would like to testify on House Bill 1591? Oh, we got one more. We got to wrap up. Really? Are we going to really charge minors for misdemeanors?
No.
Okay. Because I remember there was some.
That's where,
Just-
that's where we're exactly.
That was a
we wanna
chins
clean up.
problem.
No,
At one
just to,
point.
just to clarify, there's 3 penalties in 126K right now. What's being moved out of statute into administrative rule is the penalties against the licensed establishment, which is where all of our administrative penalties live. Then there's a penalty against the minor, which is a violation for each offense, a $100 fine, and 20 hours of, 20 hours of
There's a
community
hu-
service,
Right.
or an education program. Then there is the penalties for the clerk who sells to the minor, which is a violation for a first offense and a misdemeanor for a second offense. So those are the 3 different penalties in there. So a minor cannot be charged with a misdemeanor for possession of vape or tobacco products.
Oh, right, because there was a chins problem before about the misdemeanor. So, and I remember it was skateboarding. It was something. That's where that correct. So the word misdemeanor will be removed. It's just simply a fine.
It's not in there at all.
It's not in there.
It's
at
only
all.
in there pointing at the clerk or the owner of the
so the-
establishment, not at the juvenile.
So
or
the
youth
juvenile.
minor.
What
It's a
is the-
violation, $100.
It's a violate. Right. It's not a misdemeanor. It's a violation.
And you're hitting exactly where I wanted to go with this, Mr. Chairman, is the monetary fine needs to be in there as a deterrent. But when you put and or into it years ago, that gave us the latitude to deal with this in an education point of view, which that's the platform for this administration, is to teach the right way for compliance. So we look at this as twofold. There needs to be a monetary deterrent, but at the same time, the latitude to do exactly what was testified
community
to.
service.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the community members? Yeah, Representative Billion.
It's once again about the synthetic tobacco. We were just reading how it is very addictive as heroin. So if someone dies, smoking too much of this, I mean, what happens?
You drink it. You eat it.
Oh, you eat it.
You eat it.
Yeah, but if you overdose, it doesn't seem like it should be even allowed to be sold. But who determines that?
It's regulated by the FDA. So at this
yeah,
point,
right. Oh, yeah, right.
at this point,
Yes.
it's on the market.
So now
and
you
it's
jumped
there.
into the argument of whether or not nicotine needs to be legal or not legal. So it's one level away from where we are today.
Yeah.
And that's, are you as a legislative body going to ban nicotine, or are we just going to age regulate it? And that's where we are today, is to age regulate it.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, a good question. Let's go get everybody. Yeah. Okay. Everybody all set? Thank you very much. Having no more cards and nobody raising their hands and saying they want to talk, we will close the public hearing on 1591. Okay, sorry about my delay. Yes, anybody can feel free to stand. So that means all the gentlemen, you want to make sure the ladies have a seat, right? Am I sexist for that? Yeah. Okay. All you youngsters, make sure you let the old geezers have a seat. How's that? Okay. Where we left off is we asked Representative Leon to work up a new amendment. So I'll ask Representative Leon, wherever she is. Right.
We have to do 1621 first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you need some time? Okay, all right. Okay, so is Representative Turner, do you want to make a pitch for one more time for? This is not a hearing. You want to just talk, we talk about, actually, we don't have a pitch. I don't want to have too much. I'll just engage you in the conversation. Okay, so where I'm at with this bill is that way I proceeded, the idea that the Liquor Commission was going to put pieces of paper in everybody's bag was a non-starter. But at the end of the day, so we were trying to narrow it down. I mean, New Futures posters in the stores should be a no-brainer, and I'm surprised we don't have them already. The commission would never have a problem, I'm sure, with taking those posters. So really the where we're down to now is the sales slips, right? Are we down to the sales slips? And that what we want to say something on the sales slips. Okay. And I know that you probably sent me the 4 questions or something in terms of that space. To be frank, we had a bill in this committee where we learned more than we ever really wanted to know about the Liquor Commission's obligations to fund drug prevention, alcohol prevention, and how we had a room full of people tell us to not touch that that's sacred. And so where I'm inclined to do is try to get the Liquor Commission do what you would want them to do in terms of having some space on the slip to say what that I think you had 4 questions.
Yeah, those were examples. Aiden Moore had asked me to sort of just do a very quick mock-up of what it might look like. I am not a graphic designer, so I very briefly took a sales receipt picture from the internet and pasted a very crude thing on it. So it was not meant to be a product in any way, just an example. Yeah.
But it's but again, in my mind, anything we can do to educate people about 988 is a big thing. But you're saying you're trying to be ahead of the curve of 988. 988 is sort of like a last resort.
Well, 988 is the referral resource for people with alcohol use disorder and many other substance use issues. So the 988 campaign and the resource is much more broadly focused. The production of those posters are targeted at the general public, as opposed to what this bill was intended to do, which was sort of place this in the hands of the people who are coming in on everyone, but on those particularly coming in on a frequent basis to our liquor stores, to both present a series of scientifically developed questions that are used to screen for alcohol use disorder, and I pared those down to a common set, which is the 4 question set. There's others, and pair that with, if you answered yes to this, call this number. And that's the idea behind pairing the questions with the 988 resource, and again, I think ideally both on the poster, but mostly on the receipts, I would say is my main goal with that. And I did speak to Jenny O'Higgins at the Health and Human Services, and she said she developed the content for those posters and I think New Futures has produced them. But you know, she agreed, and I think she may have said something saying that, you know, those are not exactly sort of the right instrument in the long run, but she'd be more than happy to provide them
Right.
in the short term. Yeah.
Good, perfect. So in my mind, this is reason we're doing this is because this is an early bill, which means you would go to finance and then they're going to have to come up with some dollar amount of what this is going to cost. And I to me that looks like an opportunity for the finance committee to kill this bill and lose this opportunity. So my take on this bill is to work with the commission and get them to do something. Okay, and so therefore, my take will be interim study. But before they get there, I want to have the commission to tell us where they are, and how we could do something so that we don't have to have legislation that would die. That we would get this to make it happen, and we would certainly have this bill. We interim study. We would have this bill come next September. We can see what they did and see whether we accomplish our goal or whether, you know, legislation really has to happen. So thank you very much. Is there any other questions that anybody would like to ask him or follow along? I think we're doing good. All right. So thank you very much. Stay right here so you can just, you know, don't go far, but let's have the commission. Chief, are you going to take over?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I just got done, Mark Armaganian from Liquor Commission, Division of Enforcement and Licensing. I just got done talking to the chairman of the Liquor Commission, Joe Malika. We're gonna take a left-hand turn on this, and the way we're gonna do it is the chairman is actually proposing to do a commercial that actually plays on a 5-minute loop in our stores. With partnering up with suppliers and brokers so that the message is continually playing in between the commercials that are actually playing on product in the stores. This is something that is brand new in the making right now, but he is figuring somewhere between 90 days to 120 days to actually pull this off. So we're really excited about it. It wasn't something that we had been dealing with in the last session, but we feel that this is the best way to get out to all of the consumers and the public that visit our stores, and to push the message forward that the representative is looking to push forward, and we agree. We think it's a really good way to do it, and I compliment the chairman on pulling on his network of brokers and suppliers to actually pull off this endeavor.
So you're not crazy about putting it on the invoices?
So we spoke about that, and where that seems to be a very good idea and a cheap response to this. At the end of the day, we see that people that take the receipts after a transaction will 9 out of 10 times, maybe less than that, crumple them up, stick them in their pockets, or they will not take one at all. And being fiscally responsible at the lowest level, at our consumer level, they're sitting there saying, don't waste the paper. And we appreciate that in state business, of course. But at the end of the day, knowing what we know of our stores and the setup, I'm sorry that I have my back to you. Knowing the setup of the stores and the amount of money that has been spent on AV equipment in the stores, we believe that this is a perfect way to push out the message with a professional entity that will make this commercial at the same time using professional actors, so that it's a product that is indicative of the product that the Liquor Commission puts out every day of the week.
Okay, Representative Sullivan.
So what, if any, cost would it be to actually put it? I understand most people maybe don't take the receipts, but if we're going to do it on a receipt, what would that cost? Would it actually cost anything, or is it like, does it really matter?
I'm going to defer to Aiden because Aiden did a lot of work with the receipts.
Good day. My name is Aidan Moore. I'm a legal coordinator for the Liquor Commission. Thank you for your question, Representative. I think what we found is that, speaking to Mr. Jim Richards, who directs the store operations, that the commission uses approximately 1,000 cases of receipt paper per year. And there is not enough room on the front of a receipt to have a message print. We can print one line. That's what's available on the front of a receipt. If we were to say to utilize the back side of the receipt for this messaging, we would need to go out and get an RFP, go out to bid on it. But we estimate that it would be anywhere in the vicinity of maybe $30,000 to $40,000 to produce a receipt that has the pre-printed message on the back that would then run through the registers.
So are you saying you wouldn't be able to change, I don't know if this would even be a cheaper option, but are you saying you wouldn't be able to change the program to say all the things that I bought show up, and then at the end, you know, maybe there's an extra inch or half an inch of space where it's like, if you think you have, do you show these symptoms? Are you concerned? Call this number, or whatever the message might be. Are you saying that wouldn't be something you could program in?
Yes, that's correct.
On the front side? So you wouldn't be able to program that in?
We could not. We've talked to the IT people. The commission's in the process of rolling out a new comprehensive software package called NextGen. In checking with the programmers and the people who work on that project, we were told that we have room for a single line on the bottom of a receipt if it's going to be on the front. Now, the printers aren't capable of printing on the back. We just don't have that in the software, nor do we have the printers that are capable of that. So we would have to go out and get paper pre-printed to deliver the message
on the back.
On the back.
So you're saying that you wouldn't be able to, further questions? No.
You can have a long,
Okay, good.
long conversation.
So are you saying that like you wouldn't be able to do I don't know, it seems to me, I don't know the IT of it, but it seems to me like it would be possible to like have like a barcode you scan that has a message, and it's almost like you bought another item, and that's like a default of everyone. So if I have 20 items that I buy, you now have 21 items that are included in there, and that 21 item is a little message that the representative would like seen on every receipt.
Well, I think when the representative and I have been talking for a while on this, I think the idea is that his desire, and I think you heard him in his testimony indicate that the message is a more comprehensive message than what could be delivered in a single line. And therefore, it couldn't be boiled down and condensed in a way that would get the consumer the information they're looking for. So that's why when I asked him, when we spoke about what would you like it to look like? What kind of information do you want to see on it? He gave us an idea of what it is that he wanted, including, I think he mentioned the 4 areas that a person would ask self-analysis, conduct a self-analysis to see whether or not they have enough symptoms that they have maybe possibly an alcohol use disorder. So therefore, we came up with an idea. Well, what would it cost to put it on the back? If we can't get you a comprehensive message on the front, what would we do to get it on the back? And that's where we found out we use approximately 1,000 cases a year, and the cost to produce it would be up in the range of $40,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Gibbs is next.
Thank you. About a week ago, I bought 1 bottle of wine in the state liquor store, and I took the receipt, and when I got home, I looked at it, and it was about that long for 1 bottle of wine. Now, I will be honest with you that I did not read everything that was on it, but there was an awful lot on it. It was that long. Isn't there anything on there that could be taken out to make room for this message to be printed automatically on the front, the way apparently an awful lot of stuff is being printed automatically on the front now?
Thank you, Representative. I've been told that no, it could not be. That the messaging that's on the front is in fact what the commission utilizes to summarize the sale, to give them additional information about maybe programs that are going on, opportunities for different sales, things of that nature, and that the of space available on the front with the existing information that the commission wants to put onto the receipt would be just a small area on the front, or we have completely blank areas on the back, and we would have to.
Tell us specifically why what's on the front now, there's nothing that could, I mean, you haven't specified of what's on the front and why it's all so essential. Why isn't there anything that you could take out?
Well, Representative, I do not know the answer to that question. I ask the people who are responsible for producing that, and they've indicated that the availability on the front is one line.
Does anybody have
And
a
my
receipt?
suggestion is that perhaps,
Anybody have a receipt? I mean, I usually have one, but I don't. Does anybody
Okay, but-
have a receipt in their pocket?
but my suggestion is
Nobody
that
in the room?
my suggestion is that should be considered because what's on the receipt is what the Liquor Commission decided they want. But they don't necessarily, I mean, it's not the word from Mount Sinai. It's not all absolutely essential. I would say take a look at it and think about it.
I'll make sure that gets communicated, Representative. Thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question. I just want to understand the video because I think you said it'd be manufacturers and then the message. So is it going to be drink our bottle of tequila and then go to rehab?
Well, I think when you look, first of all, thank you for your question, Representative. I think when we look at our signage, it's a message board, right? Only it's a virtual message board. And with that virtual message board, there is a lot of stuff that might be on it. There might be a bottle or two that are actually being advertised on that message board. As that goes, and to actually think about this in its purest sense, as those bottles are going through, to have a message or a commercial in the middle of that saying, if you have succumbed or you have tripped, because we know good people have tripped along the way. We deal with that all the time. But at the end of the day, it's probably a very viable place for that message to be. It'd probably be I don't know. This is so in its infant stages right now. I say a minute or two message with professional actors, with professional thought put into it, not us winging it, indicative of the brand. At the end of the day, there's a lot of time that has been put into this brand. From this committee alone, not only the employees of the Liquor Commission and the chairman and deputy commissioner. So as we move forward, if this is the endeavor that is a viable endeavor that this committee would like us to go forward with, and this is something that could replace, I know how I am I think the receipt idea is a good idea. I totally didn't think that this was a viable solution last week when we were here. In my conversation with the chairman on the way out the door, he threw that at me to tell this committee that's what he has proposed and that's what he wants to do. I literally was my jaw dropped. I think that's very benevolent. At the end of the day, that to know that our partners in the industry are willing to walk with us hand in hand to pull something like this off is probably one of the most complimentary things that you could have in this business. That they're acknowledging that something needs to be done in this world to message that out. So I know that was the long way around to the answer to your question, but I think it is appropriate where it would be or where his mindset is. Could it change? We just talked about this and the amount of time that it took me to drive from Store Street to this building. So there's going to be a lot of forethought put into this, and there's going to be a lot of thought put into how this concept could be built with the commission's input and industry's input. And let's not forget the people that make the commercials themselves. They're going to have input. So it was exciting for me, to be quite honest about it, when I was told, and I was actually looking forward to pushing this message to all of you.
Great.
It
Thank
doesn't
you.
happen often. So
Just a quick
Representative-
follow-up.
Okay, follow up.
I just want, I assume it would be a good idea to have a phone number or something where people could call.
absolutely.
Yep.
Well, the 988 number would be.
Yep.
At the end of the day, we want to be
yes.
teaching 988.
It,
That's the
it
message
will
we wanna get
incorporate
through.
all the material that the representative pushed forward that should be on whatever it was, a flyer, a receipt, whatever it was. That information would be pushed to this commercial.
Okay, Representative Spear has another. What? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I kind of think the video is a good idea because it catches people's eyes a lot more than what's written on a receipt, which we tend to throw away. So I think that part is good. And the payment for this, the money that it's going to take to invest in this, is going to be considerably more than $40,000. So that's all going to be covered by the producers?
A NABCA grant. So through our national entity that we're part of, that we get grant funding with quite often on initiatives that we do, whether it's enforcement or the commission as a whole. They are the basis for our education platform. Our driving simulators all come from grants from NABCA.
Okay, so Representative Post, did you have your hand up?
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today. With the virtual boards, are they in every liquor store already? And it can be used for this commercial?
There's actually, thank you for your question, Representative. There's actually multiple, let's call them television monitors. I don't know the exact size of them. I think they're 50 plus inch that hang from the ceilings. I know most of the stores, if not all of them, that have been updated to the outlet model, have them in the far corners and in the front of the stores. They're hard to miss. On the other side of it, they get in the way of my cameras also. Every once in a while, when we're looking at loss prevention, but it's placement that they're there and they're very prevalent in the stores.
Thank you.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you. Just a question on the frequency of the video playing. Is it a continuous loop or is
It's
it
a loop. Yes, good
is it
question.
The same,
Thank
is
you,
it the
Representative.
same video playing over and over again, or
Yes.
multiple?
Yes, so that would just jump into the loop. The loop, I think if I remember what the chairman told me, 5 to 10 minute loop. But it could happen, as you know, virtual, it could happen more often or less frequently.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. What happens if you apply for that NAPTA grant, but you don't get the grant?
We have our NAPCA grant through education is yearly. We put in for it and we get it. So great question, Representative, but I don't foresee that occurring. NAPCA is a entity that, like us, wants to get the message out there, especially in the world of education. So we look at this as an educational endeavor. And pushing it out is not going to be a problem.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So Representative Tur, I'll let you have the last word here.
So that was a left turn for sure. In my formulation of this, while I was trying to minimize things, the idea of a professionally shot video never crossed my mind. So certainly that sounds like it has great promise, and I'm really excited to hear that the Chairman Malika and the Liquor Commission is committed to the concept. Two thoughts. One is I would really hope in the mix of who's going to produce that video that DHHS And the people at the Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services are integrally involved because they know the science of social messaging that needs to be built into that video. So that was one thought. Just my one last pitch for, both rather than either. The value of the receipts, I agree, most of them will be thrown away. The thing about receipts is they go home with a lot of people, even if they go home in the bottom of a bag or a crumpled up form. And it's not just the consumer that we're trying to reach, it's their family, it's their friends, it's somebody that would see those questions and say, hey, these sound like you, maybe you should think about this. So that was it. And I'll just say again, whether this goes forward in a legislative way or not a legislative way, I'm happy to hear it's going to go forward. I will just point out the last line of the amendment, which was originally part of the bill. It says the content developed under this paragraph may also be reformatted and distributed by the Liquor Commission via any other print, signage, and/or electronic means, and to any other group of recipients that the Commission may deem appropriate. And that was something that actually came out of a discussion with Aidan Moore and I while we were considering this as an LSR, that if the content were developed, it would be good to go on a website. It would be good to go on a, to other groups that might want it, even if they weren't the liquor commissions. And like I said, never crossed my mind that one of those electronic formats could be a video. So that's my
Okay,
thought.
great. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any discussion from the subcommittee members? And I'll remind everybody who's on it. Petusik, Walsh, Hunt, Post, Burrows, Sullivan, Bulio, and Spear is a replace. Bulio is in Spear. No.
No,
Spear is replacing Benson. Okay. Any discussion from the subcommittee members?
I just want to.
Okay.
I commend the Liquor Commission. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I think that's the way to go. I think putting it on the receipt, the receipt that we get from the cashier, I think it's going to be pretty much useless. So I think this is huge, and I appreciate the effort from the commission.
Great. All right. So Representative Bulio, seconded by Representative Petusik, moves interim study. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Here's the list. Okay. Before I move on, since I have a room full of cannabis people, stay tuned for this one. You'll see it on your legislation someday. If we end up going cannabis stores, if we end up doing this model, then we'll end up asking them to also run this ad.
You could be in the video.
You're right. She's too tall. Okay. I will close that subcommittee. We'll now move on to our last subcommittee. Okay, so now I think we gave you plenty of time there, huh?
Yes, you did. Thank you. I would have sent this out earlier. However, I was just making sure all of the changes that I wanted to make sure were in this amendment were in fact there, and I needed to look at it so I could tell you which page so you weren't flipping through with me. So last week, one of the biggest and most surprising conversations was on the data collection, because we had some friends from the Department of Safety who found out that they were involved in this process for years and years, but had not been made aware because this is a massive bill. The Department of Health and Human Services, led by Mike Holt, looked at it, looked at the possibilities, and gave us language. If you turn to page 30, so I'll give you a minute to flip there. It'll be down towards the bottom, lines 27 through 36. And I'll wait till I don't hear the paper flipping so that I can read along so everybody can hear.
Okay, so we see that Department of Health and Human Services shall.
Yes. So now it's not later than 2 years after the effective date of this chapter, and every 2 years thereafter, the Department of Health and Human Services shall, where appropriate, enter into memorandums of understanding with the Department of Safety, the Department of Justice, the Department of Education, the Commission, and any other agency determined by the Department of Health and Human Services to possess relevant data, to collect data and produce and publish a report that includes baseline data and the most current data regarding the health and welfare outcomes before and after cannabis legalization and regulation for adult use. All data in the report shall be non-identifiable and respectful of personal privacy. This report may be combined with the report that's otherwise required for substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery that is allocated through one of the funds established in this. It also has some appropriations and some other language in order to actually enable it. So those amendments are in here, but I don't think I need to point you to page 37 for that. And with that, I guess my question would be if you want to wait and see if there's any questions for Mike Holt, or if that seems that that would be a good way to move forward on that language. Sounds good? Then
We're
let's
good.
keep on rolling. And I'm sorry, I'm an economist. I make bad puns. I apologize. So we'll move to public consumption on page 7. There's been a very big push to make sure that at some point there is more than just a violation for public smoking. So the language that has been floated by just about everybody would be that after the a third or additional time, and having 2 prior convictions within the 5 years of the third or subsequent offense, that it would be guilty of a misdemeanor. I didn't say that they left out that it should be a Class B misdemeanor, because I think it would make sense to not have jail time on it. Maybe if you want to add another enhancement, but at a certain point, when we have PR bail and everything else, how much do we need to be pushing that? We need to make sure we have the sledgehammer, but we also need to not build in a huge bureaucracy that's going to be more than we need. And that's something that we'll have time to work on. If we see that there are repeat offenders getting multiple Class B misdemeanors, that'd be a good reason to have another law to further strengthen it. But I think at this point, hopefully that goes far enough for everybody involved for those penalties without going too far for the civil liberties folks.
And the good news, that won't come to this committee.
Correct.
Good.
Correct. So even a better reason to pass that one off. Sorry. Okay. And then now we get to the possession limits. There had been the concern raised. It's on page 34. So this is around the annulment. And throughout it, it had a bunch of language about annulling based on the possession limit. So adding into the definition of possession limit that it's the current possession limit as defined in the definitions of the bill. I think it's a good way to make sure that there's no malicious compliance. I don't expect that of anybody today, but let's do the belt and suspenders and make sure our language is clear. And then one of the last issues, and actually is probably one of the underpinning issues about how we're trying to figure this out, whether it is these retail outlets or a franchise model. The whole point is to make sure that the government is not picking and choosing who's going to make a fortune in this. That is our biggest concern. And that's why some of our friends are coming at this and looking at it as a franchise model in order to limit that opportunity. Right now, I don't think their language sufficiently meets those limits and makes sure that somebody's not going to be able to build a huge fortune and then build a moat around it. And the limit on 15 stores, quite frankly, creates a lot of that incentive. The question is, when would it make sense to increase the number of stores? If you turn to page 12, that is the section that talks about the number of stores that we would have. And that would add when they determine whether to increase the number of cannabis retail outlets, and if so, by how many. One of the goals would be licensing sufficient cannabis outlets to avoid a secondary market for the transfer or sale of cannabis retail outlet licenses. One such indicator of a secondary market would be an increase in the intrinsic market value of a cannabis retail outlet beyond the premium reasonably attributed to eliminating the time and compliance steps required to obtain licensure. Fortunately, this is a committee I actually can say that in front of because you're commerce and you deal with economic issues. The question would be if there's other ways to figure out how we're going to make sure that we're not building in a moat around somebody's highly profitable exchange. Now that we've gotten closer to the wire, I've had some more discussions with people involved in this, and there may be a way where we can have more people that aren't walking away sad when we come from our discussion. So I'd actually like to be able to have a little bit more time to see if we can get even more people on board. I know that right now this has some pretty broad support, but let's see how much broader we can build the support. So I think that we might be able to do that and find a way to make sure that we're not handing people a pile of cash with a state stamp on it, while also protecting people, making sure that the appropriate regulation is there. This bill, as amended, already meets all except one of the governor's requirements, and the one it doesn't meet is the restriction on the lobbying and campaign donations. A lot of that is around, I believe, is around the fear that we could be creating a castle full of money with a moat around it. And if we're able to figure out how to not do that and to structure this in a way where we're not picking the winners, then that becomes less necessary. As I reviewed a draft from some people on the other side of the other body, they also didn't have that language on the lobbying and campaign contributions when I saw the most recent version. So this is an idea where we're all just trying to make sure that we're not picking winners and losers here. And one of the other things that I would note is that as I was reviewing, I've been trying to meet with the governor. I've been going by his office every day. I want to know where his mind is at on this, because you guys have been working on this diligently for years and years and years. And I'm hopeful that we can finally get to something that passes and has as few people sad and as many people happy as possible when we finally get there. So I'm hoping to actually speak to him. But in the absence of that, I searched for any of his comments. And the only thing I could find on him talking about a franchise model was he said that he'd consider a franchise model, but the details matter. And quite frankly, I agree. The details are what matter. And that's why I'm hopeful I can keep working on this if he can give me another week. I think we've gone pretty far from where we started.
Okay, Representative Herbert has a question.
Wouldn't it be truthful that absent a franchise model, which is a private one, that the issue of donations and political donations, et cetera, are pretty much non-event, because the state is has the stores and is doing the business, as is the case today?
Quite frankly, thank you for the question. I actually struggle finding any constitutional way to limit the lobbying and the campaign contributions. I think it's more just an indication of the symptom. And I figure if we can get to the it's more of a symptom. If we can get to the underlying disease about picking winners and losers, then it becomes a mood issue. But I agree that moving to private business, that becomes less of an issue, as moving back to a liquor store model would also remove that, because state employees and state agencies can testify on anything. It's part of their right of free speech. So it gets into that weird gray area with franchises, which is yet another one of the reasons why I want to make sure we're really, really cautious if we end up down that path. So thank you.
Yes, Representative Sullivan.
So I see the language here. We've talked about this, as you know. So I'm just curious, what made you not want to put in like a firm number that would be approved? I mean, I don't get it.
So my concern with having a firm number that's the baseline to be approved is that also then may be seen as something that they're not going to go beyond. So if you had 3 more stores every 3 years, but the market actually suggested you should have 3 every year, if you have somebody that as a regulator is trying to be more conservative about how it's rolled out or more cautious as it's rolled out, they may take that 3 instead of 3 or more to heart. So that's why I'm concerned about, basically, it's anchoring. So if you say that it would be 3, but let's say our market clearing, it would be similar to liquor stores with 65 to 67 stores. If there's an anchoring to the idea of only having 3 every 3 years or 5 every year, whatever number it is, I'm afraid that that'll anchor the decisions as opposed to having a more holistic look at it.
So what would be the process for like, I know you don't define it in here, but if you could define it, how would you define what the process is to decide what the market looks like. So if 3 is too small, it probably is. If we're starting with 15, it would take us forever to get to whatever the liquor numbers are. Probably we need to go beyond that, I'm guessing, just because they're going to be smaller type stores. But what would be the process that you would see playing out if you were in charge of designing it? I know you're not. I know the bill doesn't do that, but I just want to hear what you're thinking on it.
Well, so when you look at it, you're going to look at the model of the retail outlet. If the retail outlet were to be more of, you know, a Costco, where they're distributing with low margins and keeping overhead low, that they have a specific process that they're going through, they have a certain amount of understood costs, and they're passing it through at a very low markup, then there's not as much profit in those stores. So you're going to get an idea based on sales traffic and the volume, looking to see how it's going. You'd also look to see if it seems that we have pulled the New Hampshire market back into New Hampshire, as opposed to having people continue to cross the border. I mean, when you look at the border towns, choosing between a market basket in Massachusetts and New Hampshire is less of a big deal. Although there's some of the tax issue, but sometimes you get a greater selection in Massachusetts, and it would be higher taxed in other states. But you'd want to make sure that you're looking at all these aspects. If you have one where there's nothing to set what they're charging, nothing to set what's going on in this government created monopoly, if you have no limits on it and they're charging a huge markup because they're the only store in town, then that would be another indicator that we would need to have more stores. The other one would be the one that's laid out here, saying that basically if these are going at an extra premium. I mean, you have taxi medallions in New York City where they're trading at a huge premium, and literally you've invested in your retirement, because when you're done, you sell it to somebody else and now you don't need to make the money because that intrinsic value of the limited scarce taxi medallion is your value. So we want to make sure we're avoiding it. So this language only prevents the taxi medallion issue. And so that's why digging into the idea of trying to make sure it's attractive enough for people to participate. But in a capitated market where there's only 15 stores, you would need to have more constraints on it so that you're not building up your money castle with your moat and swimming in it like Scrooge McDuck. And I think that that's why I would like to be able to take a look at it. And now that I can better understand some of where the proponents of the franchise model are coming from and what they think that their model will do. Not what I see on paper with their model, but what they think it'll do. We may be able to find some way where it'll be easier to find a market clearing price. But that's a problem with controlling anything that should be free market.
Right.
None of us know how to determine that, but we can also look at the factors.
Do you think, I mean, it's hard to do and it could be almost like a shell game, but do you think having non-transferable licenses, or we'll just call it medallion for the sake of that. So we have the medallion, it's tied to me if I open up the store. And then if I somehow am not involved in that business, I know there are loopholes, and there are loopholes.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is creating loopholes, but I'm saying, do you think that would be in any way effective to prevent the rent seeking that's going to come from medallions, the medallion system that we're essentially creating?
Well, I think a lot of it's looking at how different businesses have done this. If you look at Chick-fil-A, you're an operator, not a franchisee when you're at Chick-fil-A. So you make a certain amount at Chick-fil-A, you'll make about $200,000 operating a store, but you don't have transfer rights to that. So you can't transfer that to anybody else. So it's one of those that's a more accessible franchise because you don't really need much money down, but you're able to operate it. Here, we wouldn't want the state building out the stores. So you need to look at the whole angle, and you need to look at the process. But in order to allow for the capital needs and capital improvements and the operational costs, there's going to have to be some balance in it. But you also need to make sure that when you're setting this up, you know, you're not creating that rent sinking. You're not creating these. Sorry, we're getting into econ talk because it's economists talking here. But it's really crucial to make sure that what we set up, you know, maybe it's a matter of manufacturers suggested the state markup, some way that we can have it so that it doesn't get out of hand, and that once we know what market clearing is, we can pull back those proxies for the free market. Because if we end up having whatever the right number of stores is, then you don't need to have those limits on it. And it would be inappropriate to keep a certain markup to be the Costco where you have 8% off after costs.
Right. So how would we if we're going to allow transfer, that means, so you're saying right now you are a proponent of transfer of licenses.
I'm saying it all depends how the whole cake is baked. It's a very complex issue, and I don't want to lock myself in one way or the other. I'll be locked in by next week on what I do, but knowing that there's a little bit more time and I have more of the understanding of what the proponents of the franchise model are trying to achieve, we may be able to reach something that works.
Okay. And then in terms of like who will be in charge of, so you kind of laid out what you would do if you were in charge of this, we'll call it a board that reviews every few years whether or not what the market clearing rate should be. Is that just gonna be in rulemaking? We're gonna decide who's on it. Is that gonna be in rule? I mean, should we have some language in it that excludes any current operators? I mean, I don't really know. I haven't thought about it until right now, but I'm just thinking about, you know, the previous language we spoke about, whereas no less than some number. Then you know that there's some guaranteed amount, but there was still some sort of board involved. But I never really thought too much about the board because the number was built in, which gave me some comfort. So what is this process for coming up with the board? I mean, should that be spelled out here? Because rulemaking feels like that's a potential opportunity for the industry to capture with the structure of that.
So that actually brings up a really good point, because the General Cannabis Advisory Board should have those people who are involved in it as well, because some of this process, you want to make sure that people involved in the industry can help have but if you had the Cannabis Transfer Advisory Board, I know the last thing we want is more boards, but if you had a group of people who could be the ones that made an assessment, looking at people who are involved in business, I can talk with you and try and figure out who might be able to get a better look at what would help facilitate the market. But I think the idea of potentially making that separate or a designated subset of the Cannabis Advisory Board has a lot of promise, because you're right. If you're advising on one topic, you're not necessarily the right people to advise on the other.
Yeah, and then I'm sympathetic to the anchoring idea, and I'm curious to see where this goes, and happy to work with you offline. But I think this language doesn't really safeguard against medallions being created as of right now. I think the language of it is great, but like the devil is always in the details, and I think the detail that needs to be fleshed out is, are the people who are going to be owning these licenses going to be involved in the process of deciding whether or not they want to approve more competition or not? Like, that's fundamentally what we're talking about here is, I own a business. Are you going to ask me if I want competition? I'm always going to say no. And if they're somehow involved in that process, or they're not even at arm's lengths, you know, that's why I get nervous about not having the number that would anchor, which is a very fair concern. But that is, I know you understand what I'm saying. I know you know where I'm going with this. So.
Well, and the other issue with that too is that you're right. Until there's actually an offer, until somebody is offering one of these for sale, you can't see if there is a premium, because if all 15 under this model, I think we have that you can own 3. I'm not sure. There's some of the details. My eyes are glazing over between the different models. I've seen one of the franchise that's limiting to 3 of the retail outlets, another that's limiting somebody to 5. So if you had that and you had 3 different market groups that each had 5, when are they going to put something on the market if they already have a good thing going? So you're right, you wouldn't have that transparency if there's nothing actually offered for sale.
Right.
So this was an attempt to move towards that. That's why trying to figure out and give me another week would be helpful. But I love having these ideas brought out in the open, because these are the things that everybody's been grappling with. Because the pure state-run model avoids those, but then you have the plant touching issue. The franchise model, depending on how it's set up, if you have a heavy enough hand and there's really no profit to be made in the stores, then it's somebody who just wants to operate a store because they just want to run the local operation, but there's not much upside to them. Then again, why would they invest in the store if there's not enough upside to cover that? You move to an agency one, and then that's why we're trying to figure out about the transfer price. And if you had free market, we wouldn't have to be here, but that won't get signed into law. So
All right, thanks.
that's the hand we're dealt.
Okay, so you know who you need to talk to this week to.
On that. Yes, we'll continue talking.
Okay. Representative Baleo.
Thank you for taking my question. I have a concern with casino owners owning a cannabis outlet. and I don't know if there's, I have many reasons, but it probably can't be included in this bill. I don't want to jeopardize this bill, but I just want everybody in this room to know that I do not think a casino owner should own a cannabis store. Thanks.
No sin corporations?
Okay, Representative Spear.
Thank you. This is a question geared towards you, Representative Hunt, Chairman Hunt. Last night, at some point, you sent us out yet another amendment. What was the purpose of that? And it's one we've seen before and really hate. Why did you send it?
Because Senator Abbas asked me to.
Are we supposed to do anything with it?
It's purely a discussion point, but I would say, you never know what happens on the Senate side.
Don't know.
Okay. Yes, Representative Walsh.
There was a commission, cannabis commission over the summer, and I believe you
Correct.
Do we have a copy of that?
So what you got from Senator Abbas last night,
Oh, okay.
for
Is
all
that
intents
in
and
it?
purposes, he was the chairman of the commission.
Okay.
And in that was a question about the ATCs and everything you ever wanted to know about the commission has been explained, and that would be if there was a commission report, that's it.
So there was no official commission report?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Okay, this may be a loaded question, but how to put this politically correct way. Why does a certain senator want to blow up what has been worked on by, infinite number of people and have come to something that seems like it's 99% of what the governor wants? Why is there a desire to blow this up at this date? Thank you.
Would you believe? Would you believe? At any rate, everybody's entitled to their opinion, and that was his opinion. Okay, so I hear a request to postpone taking action on this bill for another week, and I will grant that. And so I will schedule another subcommittee for next Tuesday, and I'll give it to Wednesday to exec it, so that way whatever happens, it will give a day to get it in and get proper amendment drawn up.
Thank you. We're going to be executing a bill at 9:30 in my committee on Wednesday, the 14th. So
We will do
as long
Wednesday
as it's
afternoon.
after that,
Wednesday afternoon would work for you?
it does.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, and the other part is, if you want, I think that any sort of advertising and education campaign is already covered in the educational language in here, but I'll take a
Okay.
look at that.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So in terms of the subcommittee, do you have a preference between Monday and Tuesday morning or Tuesday afternoon?
I'm currently open as to that. I don't know when my other pending bills are scheduled, but I'll figure that out.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming to visit us. For the committee, tomorrow we have our last 3 bills for our public hearing. And I know how much you all love the public hearing process, but time to move on to the next stage. In terms of next week, I will schedule subcommittees. And obviously the liquor subcommittee will be meeting, so I'll start scheduling some of the other liquor bills. And then we have the business. He's got the lion's share of the bills, and then insurance does have something. We'll be hearing the insurance tomorrow, and we did hear insurance already. But just so everybody knows going forward, that keeps us busy for next week. And if I look at my calendar properly here, and then the following week will be subcommittees. And right, well, so next week we're gonna do. We have the Tuesday, Wednesday we'll exec. So we'll have. I'll try to put in bills for Tuesday that are look like they're easy. Then we could exec them on the 14th along with this one, so it doesn't look like we're only around executing one bill. Session on the 15th. The following days, the 20th and 21st, we'll probably do the same similar situation. And then we have vacation week. And yes, I will be out of the country, so do not think you're going to say anything to me while I'm away in the Caribbean. And then come back to March, and which we'll then, we have, according to there's always a question whether, and it's unfortunate I can't tell you the answer, whether we would get a second committee bill. Normally, historically, we never have gotten a second committee bill until Terry Norelli started doing it and Bill O'Brien did it. So we have had, in the past, we have had second committees. But notwithstanding, that means we have all the way to the end of March. So we have a whole month to sub and exec everything. And then the last day to get everything out is March 28th. So we're doing good. I might be tempted to, I don't know, change our schedule and only meet on Tuesday rather than Tuesday, Wednesday in the session Thursdays. But we'll see how well we do. The same problem still occurs, and on Tuesdays we're in a committee room. We never know, but isn't this cozy being in this room
I
here?
don't
Like, this is just 30 some years. This is the way Commerce was always for me. So, you think it's too close?
No, I'm confused when I leave this room.
It's
Which way to go?
oh,
This
because
way,
we're the
that
right.
way?
Well, but imagine
I want to go see Carrie in committee room.
Oh, right. Well, it's just
I know.
cross up down the hall. But in terms of so in terms of scheduling, it will be determined how well we do with the other subcommittees. I think most of the bills are pretty straightforward in terms of what we want to do with them, but a fair amount of them do need amendments if we're going to pass them. And we'll get through that in the next couple of weeks, and we don't have to. There's no pressure because tomorrow we'll have 10 out of the 11 bills that we had to get out of committee. Any questions from the committee members? Any comments about what days of the week you would like to meet?
Yeah, I just have a preference because I stay over. For me, it would be nice to have it Wednesday, Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is they always make my chairman's meeting on Tuesday morning, so.
You can Zoom. You can't Zoom.
You can't Zoom a chairman's meeting? No.
Oh, we Zoom all the time. We're not
No,
the chair.
that was the old days, you know. So,
If we can, that would be awesome.
okay. Okay.
Otherwise, my cat's going to be on the screen.
Yeah, Jerry, bring your kid. I don't know. Only if it's a comfort kitten. So I